1.
Let's get into it.
5, 4, 3.
All right.
1.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept.
Oh my god. I swapped up. Oh man. Our prio target is non-existent. Our prio target is non-existent. Oh. Oh my god, I have nothing.
Teresa was the peacemaker of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Dude, I'm running with the spin macro now, and it feels 10 times different. Let's see, I do have paralysis for the next one. JK. No, I got it. That's right. So when you're in, I didn't even realize this until I looked it up. When you're channeling conduit, you can also be casting like paralysis or dispel or any other kind of like utility spells too. It's really, really insane. Alright, just gotta heal you. Alright. Dude, that Knicks game was insane, man. That was such a good finals. I don't know why. I think it was like Charles Barkley in the halftime was talking about it, how the Spurs needed to bench Fox. And like, sure enough, the end of the game, I think Fox got like 5 or 6 opportunities for shots, like at least 2 or 3 from 3, and he just missed. They're really fucked up not listening to him. Rip. Oh man, I do gotta run logs. Giant Super Bowl and a Knicks chip, manifesting a Mets World Series before I die. How unlikely is that? I don't follow baseball.
My heart brought Teresa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
That happens sooner or later. All right, bet. Oh, oh my goodness. Tank's been holding on by a thread here. Oh, perfect timing. So I hit my GG there because I just wanted to get the ball rolling, basically. Paralysis. Honestly, don't think I'm a better time than this.
Well, now, that dragon
Transcend, transcend, transcend. We're back.
won't let you close without a fight.
So my goal was basically I need to get started RP at a time where the Lasher is not AoEing the shit out of us. And at a time where the Dragon Hawks are on cooldown. So yeah. Can I tab into the thing that's immediately in front of me? Holy shit, that would be so sick. Husky there for the 17. Welcome back, man. Bring back Empyrean Legacy. True. Hey, Mr. Ron, what's going on, man? Hey, Colony. How's everybody's weekend? Usually we have a little bit more time to yap at the start of a stream, but I saw a key I needed. It's Monday. You gotta send it. The age is still Persona non-healers for you? Yes, they are, unfortunately, man. I am still a VDH hater. I don't think there's really been any, like, big standout things that would kind of help them be in a better position. At least not yet. The defensives are Mini CC is the name of the add-on. Okay. Oh my god, stop. Oh, leave me alone, man. Like... Yeah, I'm gonna just stand still. You wanna drop this on me? Go ahead. I don't know why. I don't really see the point in keeping the pools super close together, though. Like, next to each other versus dropping them side by side, I just don't really see the difference. Man, my cooldowns got really fucked in this one. Oh, but it's all okay.
She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself with her family.
They look named the same way? I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure those splash on you.
Let's find the next relic.
Oh, did they come out with one, Pooh? I'll check it out right after this. Oh, that's where it is.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life. She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it. And
Just out of range. Just out of range. All right. Mythic flex rating? Yeah, you can bring 15 or 25 people into the one boss raid. It's about time that they're experimenting with it. I think it would really suck if long-term the game, at least like Hall of Fame was flex. I think Hall of Fame being flex would be bad. But I think the rest of the game, like after Hall of Fame, if they open it up to flex or something like that, that would be perfect. I'll bring 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, exactly, yeah, well, see, you get it. Simple concept. I honestly think that like Blizzard sort of stumbled into a good idea, which is kind of on brand for them, with the multiple raids. I think the multiple raids is going to be like the future going forward. I don't think that it was like their initial thought or anything like that about how much more convenient Mythic raiding gets when you have it split up into multiple raids. But I think they're going to do that all the time from now on. Or at least they should do it all the time from now on. Nine different raids. We can dream, man. How you doing, Jeff? We can dream. I think we're gonna have only one raid next season. Unfortunately. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably very likely. But then they'll realize it for the last season of the expansion of like, oh shit, that's actually what we should do all the time now. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I think you're right, Tiff. I'm pretty sure like the next raid is like, you know, done, just needs the bosses to be tested and like kind of tweaked and whatever. So I would not be shocked if it's just a one bosser. You know, standard ho-hum one bosser. Or one raid instance. But I hope they do it in the future, because I think it's just so much more convenient to play the game. Having like reverse raid nights is kind of fun too, where you like, we had nights where we went and did Bird and then Lura, and then we went backwards and did everything else. And it's kind of the same as, you know, using like the raid skip, but it also just feels a little bit different since you're entering a different instance. Yeah. But yeah, dude, like the People, I don't know. I heard people kind of bitch about chimeras being too easy, but I actually think it's perfect. I think it being easy is like actually perfect. And if you do those pugs, if you've done any like chimeras pugs, some of the group members don't make it too easy on you. So I think it's a pretty like perfect difficulty level. I think it's exactly Camel. Like, what better way to gate? Like, they insist, right? They insist upon having your best in slot trinkets come from raid, right? It just keeps happening over and over again. It's a product by design. What better way to put them into the raid? By making it on like the easiest boss fight that is puggable and has been puggable, you know? Yeah. Oh my god, tankums. Yeah, let's get some envelops out. Bigger delve coming out. Isn't that in season 2? The mega delve. What do they call it again? Was it just called a mega delve? Labyrinth. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Labyrinth's really gonna be my thing, but I'm glad they're like trying, because it seems like they've struck gold for casual players with delves in like a big way. So, Litigate is illegal? I know, man. I was a little skeptical myself. A little skeptical myself. He's staying alive, man. He's staying alive. I'm just gonna give him a little cocoon. We are way out of whack with our numbers here. I do like how reliable it is at always being at 3. So you can always just watch in your head. Yeah, we need to get the heck out of this. I want to gate and just get out of here. Really badly do. But fight's almost over, I guess. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna block our exit then. Oh, he just put it right on it. Alright, we got it, we got it.
And love to be admired, but she never wanted worship.
I didn't, I caught like some clips and some like pictures of the UFC fight, but I didn't watch it, nah. The pictures were fucking incredible. You see like the rainbow with like the lightning strike in the background and everything like that too. I went to DC last Christmas to visit family. And like, I swear, the place is gonna look entirely different the next time I go visit. I don't have Windrunner. No, I don't have Windrunner. I honestly, it's kind of crazy. I don't feel like I've been playing as much WoW as I usually do, you know? Yeah, it was Ember Dawn was sloppy, but I barely like eked it out. And nobody died or anything like that, right? But I was like, shit was about to go bad, and then I got my Chi back to like the best possible time. Saved me. Really came in clutch. Yeah. But man, I'm so glad I took time to like watch the NBA finals. I really like sat down and like sat there like actually just watched a full game of basketball. Besides like, you know, it being on at a bar and you kind of look at it a little bit, you kind of don't. But man, that shit was fun to watch. You notice it a lot. Like I love watching football, and you always notice like who the best player on the team is because they just stand out. Like you know their body type or their hair or whatever like stands out in a really significant way. So like you know who the best player is. But I think it's so interesting in basketball where like everybody's matchups and like strengths are going to be differing depending on who they're playing against too. It was really fun to watch. Also, I did not realize how much of the game was penalties. Holy shit, there are so many penalties. Yo, FT, thank you for the prime. No, not that throw. Not gonna throw. Yeah. He got zugged. Is this a PI tax for tomorrow? Yo, what up, Paravel? How you doing? Dude, I love the cocoon has like a 20-second cooldown, man. This is ridiculous. Stun. Top everybody back off. Class sucks too bad or PI. Tragic. Appreciate it, man. Oh, fuck. All right. What happened to Ardra this season? That was everywhere. Now I never see him. A lot of healers are very used to Fodom rerolling. And so Druid's still like, you know, pretty good healer and whatnot. They just rerolled. Like tanks and healers are just very used to re-rolling in DPS or rats, except for FT because it just sub with a prime. So like nobody else re-rolled. You know, that's actually why like Shaman I think is still holding up a lot of water in its rankings. Like yes, Shaman is a good healer, but the Shamans didn't Fodom re-roll. Shamans never ended up Fodom re-rolling. Sorry, I was distracted. He can grow up, he'll be fine. Put air in his chest. But the Shamans didn't Fodom reroll because they were still getting like a shit ton of invites. But the Druids, nah. He said, hit the oil rig. Go re-roll. You bum. Over a lot of water. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Thank you. Still the brightest tool in the shed. Oish. Oh, just in time. Just in time. I took a little too long to do that, but that's okay. Wasn't punished. Wasn't punished. Yo, what up, Raptors? How you been, man? But yeah, I think a lot of where we're at right now is basically just off of lots of DPS sticking to their mains, and then tanks and healers rerolling. Yeah, what day is Fellowship next week? I do want to play it. Thank you, Aggie. Skyper was more powerful than ancient teachings? Well, it can be. All you have to do is run Jade Bond. Be sure to follow for more tips, too. I don't even know why I rolled that. That's okay. You know what I mean, Priest Meg? Yeah, you want it to be stronger. There's a talent that makes it stronger. Your wish has been granted, man. I don't know what to tell you. What more do you want from me? Yo, Ryder, thank you for the 94 months. Big long time, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. GM. We have time? I've literally not even looked at the timer once. This run. 3 minutes. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Yeah. He said let's reset and route skip cast. Oh, Rob skip casters. Yep. Yeah, 3 minutes is not that much. He got, oh shit, he got bounced from full Vile Toss. Gunk Splatter and Splattered. I think that was standing in bad. And he said I should have walled that jump. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have Conduit next time we have Flame Nova. Yeah, in the circle. Alright, just means we gotta do Ember Dawn again. Good on Ember Dawn again. All right. 22nd is Fellowship, you said? Let's see. Oh, it is. Okay, literally 7 days from now. All right, bet. I haven't looked up anything about the new season, so that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Does Meg have these? What, they're like Mpreg? Yeah, it's like the Mpreg Chi-Ji and Yulan. I think the body could have been more snake for the Yulan one. More pregnant? I mean, they could be more pregnant. Especially Yulan could be more pregnant. I mean, it's got like a Chi-Ji in them, you know, whereas, or sorry, Yulan the snake could be more pregnant because it looks like Chi-Ji is more pregnant than Yulan is, you know?
1.
Could be. Could be.
5, 4.
How would I have a priest Mpreg?
1.
My sisters were the last
Wow, players be normal.
through their home and their bond.
That's been long gone, man.
We can calm the spirits here. Maybe the Ranger General was shot.
Normal is a lost hope. Oh fuck.
Teresa was the peacekeeper.
Yeah, so I ripped my
Many days tending to the gardens here.
I ripped my my ROP on that last pull, and I ripped it too late. I should have just like sent it way earlier. I'm planning to look at Ellesmere UI in season 2 for the PTR and stuff, Dogger. Partially because I'm lazy and I don't really want to change my UI right now, but also I already know some of the add-ons I'm using right now are not going to be supported going into season 2. So I'm gonna have to change my UI well, in some ways then. So I was kind of thinking about just doing a nice like content bit where I'm like, all right, here's what I'm playing with in season 2, and here's what I'm messing around with, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely on the radar. Keystone tracker in the top right is called M plus timer. Literally like the letter M plus sign space timer. It's a reload add-on. Used to be a weak aura of his. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard only good things about Ellesmere's UI and everything. We're probably, I don't know, how long do we think it's going to be before the next PTR or the PTR for season 2 comes around? It shouldn't be long. I think it'll be that long. I wouldn't be shocked if like in a week or 2 we get started. Ooh, no, he procced. I had the soothe channeling into him and everything too. I guess I could have just sent the revival to dispel both of us. Yeah. Yeah, I heard his optimization was really strong. Heard only good things.
Soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that.
But yeah, I can definitely see myself using it for season 2. Especially because I already have parts of my UI that like aren't on Wago and parts of my UI that are. And I know that's a pain in the ass for people to install and have to mess around with. I'm also a little bit leery because I mean it's been multiple years, but I remember back when I used LVUI, like having everything in one add-on. There were a lot of times where like I just didn't really care about. I didn't care for like nameplates or rate frames or whatever with Elv, and then I ended up with just a bunch of other add-ons again. I had kind of a narrow window where I could have started RP. It's okay. Now I can start RP. I got 5 seconds until that AoE.
Well now, that dragon hawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
So tell me now. Nope. Let's see if I can drink. Oh, let's go, baby. I'm gonna drink. Oh, that's right. People have said that you can just turn certain things off. That is true. That is true. What? That'll be fine. Oh man, that was a little scary. Yeah, look at that. The two people that I did not envelop. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Varese.
He said mouse died. Oh shit.
Velocity itself for
I was wondering, I'm like sometimes you definitely do need to add some more healing for the tank and everything.
find the next relic.
I wasn't I was just like so focused on what I had in front of me.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be
I
everything to the task.
think we gotta wait. Yeah. Here you go.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics.
Just on the off chance.
Loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
We're just gonna rip a Shadow Meld just on the off chance. Usula, thank you for the 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dungeon, are you bonus rolling for Monk? I'd recommend, I think I said Magisters and Windrunners. If you want to get like full decked out Mythic Track gear. Because I did Pit, and Pit has a lot of like good long-term pieces, but I didn't get me fully decked out in Myth Track. Like I'm still missing shoulders because I did that. So yeah, if you do Magisters and Windrunner, then you get excellent trinkets, which we love.
Hello.
Yo, John, thank you for the 116 months. But yeah, Windrunner Magisters give you like all the Mythic Track pieces. You should end up with like 3 coins or something like that to use on whatever afterwards. Maybe it's maybe 4 depending on your RNG. And then you just be like fully decked out. You'd be a big chillin'. Since seat for almost every role was full really quick. Yeah, I think seat for priest is really good. Seat's good for a number of different ones. I think seat's kind of perfect for priest because you get like every single tier slot taken care of. Dude, I hope they keep on doing the I really hope that they keep on doing the bonus rolls around that time, because being able to like gear this character really painlessly and really easily was just like insane. Yeah, Void Core's fantastic system. Fantastic. And it's like they always should be making it like pretty easy to gear up characters late in a season. I think that was a lot of like people's complaints for a very long time. Whether it was borrowed power or it was gearing, you know, whatever gate kind of was in your path to having a powerful character, they didn't really do anything that good, or this quality, this level is probably what I would say. Before, they were always like so hesitant to do it, you know. I was kind of amazed, honestly, that they basically had uncapped coins. Yeah.
Your survival
Yeah.
wasn't necessary.
I should have just not even bothered healing the fucking guy who's, yeah. And team. I should not have even bothered trying to heal the other people. If they're out of range, they're just out of range. How you doing, noob? Alright, I got one more try in me. And your boss is a monk? I got you, Simba. I got you, I got you. Go Gen Z. Thanks so much for the prime. Do a 10, break the curse, and try again. Oh yeah, I also do have a 21 win runner. Glad I repaired. Let's see. Damn, maintenance is long tomorrow. You guys see this? Maintenance is going until
4,
5
3,
Central.
2, 1.
Big patch day. I think my kill's gonna raid tomorrow though too. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Will be interesting.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast.
Damn, maybe I'm gonna do a waiting room. Maybe we'll do a waiting room tomorrow. You know, do like the teachers did and pull out the TV and everything. That was our best first pull yet. Go, 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 go. Perfect.
Teresa was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna heal him through it. You don't need to use the Shadow Meld or anything, but I don't feel like I really need Shadow Meld for the next, like, 2 minutes. Because, like, yeah, you could potentially Shadow Meld the Dragonhawk if it's on you, but we should have so many crowd controls to take care of that problem that it shouldn't really be necessary. And everything else, like, you're just spinning the entire time. So, if you see, you know, I have a minute left on it. Maybe it could be like a, I don't know, cat jump? Perhaps? I'm trying to think about what else I could be using it for in that time. So I figured I'm just like, let me just do it to be safe. That's the whole thought process. Play safe, big IO. Simple as. I'm watching the Evoker with the Dispels. Yeah. Get a spell. And now we can revival. Yeah, what is it called? Dance of the Wind is so insane, by the way, for this cat jump. You as a monk take like 0 damage. Ooh. Stepping into that puddle almost got me. But Dance of GG saved me.
The soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
I kind of can't. Yeah, I kind of can't.
Well now, that dragon hawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
Shaman high keys, comp restricted. Shaman's kind of like the one who enables off meta DPS. It's kind of how I view him. Yeah, they're like enabling the fizz comps, they're enabling the ret pallies, they're enabling the warriors. That's kind of been their shtick lately, has been that there's like a lot of DPS that don't want to reroll. And like Shaman is the enabler for that. Exactly like Kay said. It's like, if you want to play God Comp, you play God Comp. If you want to still do high keys and not be God Comp, then you run with the Shaman. And it's really funny because when I first was working towards like 20s on my Monk, I could not get into groups because everybody doing 20s was playing off meta. It's fascinating, dude. Yeah, see, I just gotta trust whenever I GG up at this key level. I just gotta trust it. I just gotta trust it and fist weave my way through it. Get shot to yeah. Oh yeah, dude, we're definitely getting disc changes in season 2. We're definitely getting disc changes in season 2. I hope it results in them turning Oracle back into like a heavy Searing Light, heavy Atonement playstyle. But like, pay very close attention, whatever they decide. Pay very close attention to their flavor text. You know, when they say like, we're doing this because of feedback, right? They kind of use that as like their mandate. I would pay very, very close attention to what they say there. Because if they say some nonsense about how everyone likes shielding and direct healing and they want to make Atonement still awful, I'm ready to riot. I'm ready to riot. The correct feedback is make Atonement good. Shocker.
My sister was also ferocity itself if her
Just started a Mistweaver, not Raider. Should I craft a weapon? Is it too late? Sorry, too late. Season's over. Missed it all. Missed the boat. You're like totally fresh and everything, Nana, right? Do you have like all your coin rolls, your nebulous void course? I'm doing all right, Sith.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave
Doing
everything
okay.
to the task, including her life.
Yeah, they got to make sure Void Weaver is real next season. Doesn't have to be the best, but it's got to feel more real.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics.
It's just got to.
Loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Like, all the people who've been, like, really big fans of Void Weaver, even in the seasons where Void Weaver, like, was not the best, right? When there was, like, super shield-heavy stuff in War Within, there were multiple seasons where Void Weaver's not the best, but plenty of people still played it because, you know, they just enjoyed it, and, like, it was still in a usable position. Man, oh man, they were just trying to, like, do whatever they could to kill it this expansion, it feels like. Big spinning. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Shillin. Yep. Yeah, Nana, if you're like totally fresh, you can just like burn all your coin rolls on Windrunner and Magisters, and you'll get your Mistweaver geared up really quickly. Rip my book falling down. Alright. Ripperoo. That'll be it for this group. Killed him. Died to boom. TNT. Fetid Bile, Melee, Vile Toss. You know. Just the usual died to boom. Heal more? I wish I could, man. If only they kept disc super ridiculously strong, and then I could just shield them through all the damage, you know? If only. I need Algathar, Seat, and Windrunner. Yeah. Hello. You want to see Hell on Earth? I kind of feel like I would rather do Seat right now than Algathar. I don't know. Algathar, I just get so bored in. Want to hear a story of a friend and get jealous? Sure. Sure. Rather do OG Seat? Oh man, that's torture. You got an allocation of SpaceX at $12? No fucking way. There's no fucking way you got an allocation of $12 for an IPO. It was selling at like 150 or 130 or whatever it was. I bought a couple shares a long time ago. Then he had to be in like one of the, you know, Series A, Series C, whatever, like startup things. That's a little different than getting in on the IPO. But it's fucking sick, man. That is pretty fucking sick, though. I got like a couple shares, and I don't know, I'll probably sell it by the end of the week. Think Monk's complicated at all or difficult? Debating about giving it a try. I was struggling some during leveling. It's very complicated, yeah. Monk's very complicated. There's a lot of different layers, I think, to Monk. Yeah. Too many specs currently playing without Apex talents, which is one of the main selling points of the expansion. I don't mind it too much for a healer, even though like the Monks one is definitely like stupidly designed and whatnot. But as a healer in general, I don't mind us not worrying about the Apex talents. Like if they actually added some more competition for like Disc's Apex talents or something like that, I think it would actually be okay. Monk's nice because they just have like such a depth with their talents of like multiple different really good things, you know? Yeah. Grouping up with DH, Mage, Hunter as Disc and struggling in 17s and 18s since you've abandoned the cloth. Any idea what I can watch to get ideas on how to heal this? I've done 20s. I've done those 20s, man. Thank you, Rathir. I appreciate it. You get literally cash like check on my Raider IO, and it'll like show when I've timed dungeons, and then you can like see the VODs and stuff like that too. Yeah. Don't kiss a girl. That's good advice. Good advice. Algathar. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I feel like almost every single time that they add a new like class related thing at the beginning of an expansion, they're always like pretty mediocre. So I would not be too shocked if the game feels like really, really different for a lot of specs going into season 2. Is this guy scared? Oh, this guy scared, chat. Oh, just ran through. That was weird. Didn't realize they already had video recording invented when you last played Priest. Stone tablet flipbooks, maybe. Oh my goodness. Just such a shame you didn't watch my streams when I played Priest. That's how it happens, man, you know? Unappreciated when you're playing it and all forgotten about when it's gone. Tragic, man. Tragic. Oh yeah, book fell. Bro, holy shit, Malazan's getting good. I finished the second book. This is like, I don't know, 10 times better, I think, than the Game of Thrones books at this point. Dude, they are so, so good. Highly recommend. This is like a 10, 12 book series. I don't even know how long this is. The first book was like complicated as fuck because they're just like introducing so many characters. But once you kind of get past that and like understand who people are, oh my god, it's so good. Oh, what was the screenshot? Orconomics. Oh, let's go! My brother-in-law got his gift. My brother-in-law got his gift, guys. So my brother-in-law is trained to be a pilot, and so he's a Marine. He's training to be a Marine naval aviator, right? Marine who flies planes and stuff. And he just graduated from TPS, the basic school, TBS, something like that. So I think he's like officially like an officer now. So I sent him a little gift. To celebrate. Come on. Focus. Why does this not focus anymore? I might need to get a new camera. I might need to. Come on. I gotta switch scenes. 2, 3, 4. Come on. You gonna focus now? This is killing me. I'm gonna find it. Oh wait. Oh yeah, hang on. There we go. They are. God damn, man. Nope, that made it even worse. There we go. They're Crayola Camelbacks. They're crayons. I sent him some crayon water bottles. Used to eat those as a kid? Yeah. Which one's his favorite flavor? I'll have to ask him. I sent him a red and a green. He said I expected this from my brother, not me. I knew you'd love them. I wasn't sure what flavor was your favorite. Yeah. Right from the Navy after 20 years about a month ago. Dude, they're... Amazon's got them, man. Amazon's got them. What the fuck are we talking about? I gave my brother-in-law some Crayola. I got my brother-in-law some Crayola water bottles. Yeah. I got him some Crayola water bottles. Just a little celebration for him graduating from officer school. Yeah. Hi, Keith. So we almost have a group. Almost have a group. 1000% looks edible. Yeah, it looked good when I in the picture my brother-in-law sent me. They looked vibrant. Maybe he's gonna get some early, like, you know, brownie points with somebody. We can give one of them away. Biggest bird. I've got you in a Sarah J. Maas universe. Read 6 of them already. Oh, those are the oh my god, weak. What are those? Like a Court of Thorn and Roses kind of stuff? I've heard about them. That's like Brandon Sanderson for ladies, I found. Like all the guys that read, we'll talk about Brandon Sanderson. All the ladies that read talk about Sarah J. Maas stuff. Yeah. So I don't know. You should probably read them sometime. Have a little icebreaker. But I'll probably be reading Malazan for a while. Oh, John, I forgot to send you something last night. There was an excerpt from Malazan that had me fucking dying with Croup. I think you pronounce it Croup. A priest. Holy. Throwing a glass of banger though until the end. Ladies love their smut. The book is behind me. It's called Dead House Gates. It's the second book of the Malazan series. Really, really fucking good. Highly recommend. The first book, Gardens of the Moon, enormously complicated. but it's once you get it, it's fine. They're all enormously complicated. True. Read that message I sent you though, John. Holy shit, I was dying. Yeah. Shit unfolds a little more over time, feel a little less lost. Yeah. Yeah, you should, Farathos. Gardens of the Moon's the first one. At the very beginning of the book, there's like a glossary of the characters. Highly recommend when you start Gardens of the Moon. Just check every now and then, because it jumps between a lot of different characters. Yeah. Well, once you do that, when you're like, okay, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, Croup is fucking funny. Another guy later, when you switch continents, who serves the kind of Croup comic relief role. In this book or a different one? Oh, book 5 or 6. Okay. Okay, VM. This book owns. Also, the chapters are so long. Like, I used to like read a chapter before bed, and I'm like 40 pages in, and I'm falling asleep. And I'm like, how many more pages is it for the chapter? And it's another like 50 pages. Yeah, they're like 100-page chapters. I was like, shit. So I stopped at Paran and the Meeb. And the Meeb was like, aren't you going to get more soldiers to help out with the table? And he's like, God, no. They're the ones who stole it. That's where I ended. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was looking for. It was like, I need like a scene break. I need a scene break. But I hate it when I'm like leaving. I hate it when I'm like leaving off something. Pushing keys, and I keep going back to Priest. Think I'm just loving display style, but I see you on Monk and I get FOMO. I'm gonna go back to Priest before the season's over. I'm gonna go and try to make a push on Priest before the season ends. But for now, I've just been enjoying the Fodom reroll. Just been enjoying the Fodom reroll. Are we all doing the also? Also. Airheads. A lot faster to read. It is, yeah. Oh, we gotta go back to Fellison in book 4. That's tragic. Yeah, BlizzCon, you know it. You know it. I don't know what day I'm gonna go in, fly in at. Yeah. I gotta figure that out. But I'll be there. When's Race World first? You have all the leaks and stuff, Settles. You know. Tell me.
5,
Airbnb, and I work with a buddy who used to run that event. Let's go, dude. It's a great time. It's a great time. You get hired again? You gotta pay the bills? You already... I bet you're already hired. I bet you're already hired for BlizzCon. Race World first. You know, we'll see. We'll see.
4,
We'll see if they bring you back.
2, 1.
I did a world first for Spore. Well, it's a shame you got to bring it up with Tettles here, but
5,
he's not on
4,
the world first forecast, unfortunately.
1.
So one of his employee jerseys, if you see him running around in an Overwatch jersey way too big with Kusiba on the back, that's me. Yeah, just say what's up, man. I'll be around. I'll be easy to find. I'll be easy to find.
Seems like things are in further danger. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for...
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Alright, I gotta lock in. I got a lot of spinning to do here. Oh my gosh. Let me find a bear in the midst of this all. Just give a little cocoon for fun. As a little treat.
We are just about... Wait! Ichistras,
If only, Cash.
too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you...
I don't know, Tettles, what do you think? Like, second week of August for Race to World First? Sounds right to me. Mr. GM's definitely not leaked, said August 18th. Oh yeah, that's probably right then. Whoever feeds him that stuff is interesting. Interesting. All speculative. Yeah, just a thought. Just a thought. It's very fascinating how, like, Bellular is, like, more or less blacklisted by Blizz. And then Mr. GM gets fed, like, infinity leaks. And then leaks it. Bro, if you are, like, favored by Blizzard, you could do no wrong. Yeah, I'm not, and I think that's probably why he's gotten, like, blacklisted, is because he made more of, like, a hit on specific Blizz employees. Oh, yeah. He's publicly shitting on Jeff Hamilton. That was an interesting time. That was a very interesting time. He's a hater. I mean, he is a hater. But I think you would agree. Maybe not publicly. But that sometimes Blizzard needs a bit of hating. Tallies the inside track for leaks. He does. But he usually doesn't, like, leak it too big. He, like, hints at stuff from time to time, but he usually doesn't do the huge ones. One thing that Bellular's mastered that I gotta figure out is filling time. His ability to, like, bring together multiple kind of like unrelated but kind of like side topics for something. It's like he'll have a video, I don't know, like about flex rating or something like that, and then it goes off into like another tangent, and it's so smooth that I don't even realize that the tangent happened. And then I was like, what did I learn that was new? It was like, oh, well, like there's flex rating. It was like something you'd read on like Wowhead. I'm like, man, we just like went on a whole adventure. Well, one of Bellular's recent videos, it was kind of funny to me because he was just putting all the blame 100% on the executives and Ian and whatever. But then he like refused to mention anything about the story or about the writers. And the writers, like, yeah, for some of the things that we've seen in the story, like, come on. I didn't watch the Wowhead video. I should, though. I should. Because, yeah, man, Wowhead's been going downhill. They've been making it... You picked the right time to get out, Titles. They've been making it a lot worse to be a writer for them. Some stuff that was interesting, stuff you didn't agree with? Okay, I'll check it then. I'll check it then after this. Because I'm really, really curious. I would not be surprised if there were some things he got wrong on it. So, I do have the spinning crane kick macro, yeah. Yeah, it's on. Oh. I am a fast talker, Tiff. But I also just like, I mean, I don't really write scripts for my videos. I kind of write like an outline and then I just go. Yeah. I have a legit question. Why are Man Dratnos morphing into Rasputin every MDI weekend? I don't know, man. He's just comfortable with it. Man's very comfortable in his own skin. Interpersonal stuff that he disagreed with? Okay. Huh. My bad. Did Mr. Benny edit your solo queue vid? Oh, okay. I was curious because I was watching it and I was like, this looks pretty familiar. Yeah. You know what? You know what I thought when I was watching your solo queue video? I think your scripting sounded like Growl, and then a lot of your editing looked like mine. So that's why I'm like not surprised by that Benny edited it. Well, I know like Growl does like a lot of like really polished scripting, so that's why it reminded me of his. But yeah, yours gotten really good. I gotta start scripting more. Not yet, Squizzle. I was gonna get a haircut the other day, But then my barber was sick. I'm getting a little overdue for it, though. A little overdue for it.
Need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishra. That is Tarantos for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. Huh? At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Yeah, dude, long form takes forever. I know. I've been slacking on videos. I got another one coming up, I think tomorrow. But I definitely gotta get back in the swing of it. Oh my god, dude. Well, that's a good barometer for how much damage is going out. Kick, push, kick. There we go. Yo, Daddles, thank you for the 79 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, dude. Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. I thought I thought he was going for the one in the back. I was like, okay, I'll just dump my one in there. Oh well. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. I heckin' love this comp. We get some people even squishier than me. I prefer like metacomp stuff. I mean, it just gets easier. More people are running with like Shaman on Fizz comp than they are with Monk. Must have had... Oh, he's calling for the dispel. I see, I see, I see. He's calling for a heal. Yeah, we must have had... Shadow Priest off healing on that last one. You want it? Okay.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh. Oh, no. He said I DC'd? Womp womp.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, that was a big pecker hitting our tank. Like, apparently you do see it, I guess. Is there any way to stop high IO boosting? Just brick my 21 Nexus 4 times with a 4K IO DK. Look at his keys. All the top players in NA. Players clearly paying for keys, so I just have to check everyone I invite. More or less. But like, if you're ever going for title, you really just got to hit to a point where you're playing with consistent people. Yeah. The series recommended is 28 books long. Damn you, this is going to be Discworld or Sanderson all over. I think the main series is only like 10. I think it's only like 10. Yeah, usually if someone's like hard boosted, especially when you like, again, if I'll repeat what I said before, if your goal is to get like the 0.1% title, then your goal should always be to like have, even if it's not a set group, you should be having like, you should be building a network of like 2 or 3 different tanks, or, you know, a dozen different DPS that you could like play with, you know? And if you're not doing that and you're only, yo, tell us he's a noober. +1, I will. I shall. Tettles, you're a big old noob. Go listen to Mr. Don't Kiss Girl. Alright. Where was I? But yeah, like, you just need to be able to, like, build up a group of people that you have to play with. And that's, like, the safest way. That's, like, the safest way to get around it. Tettles paid for this key on a 22. Sheesh. And I'm getting it for free? W.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. That's true.
5, 4, 3, 2,
I
1.
showed up in time 23 AA, so I can move Brazil 23 off Vib 2. Yeah, see what's happening, Nemesis? Tettle's not boosted, but you rely on the friend network, and then you get to take advantage of the Resilies.
It has been quite some time since
I mean, Foley's gonna shake up the meta. Nah, it's just like a slight. It might be like a half key or something like that extra.
these lashers must have grown wild while we were away.
I would say it's gonna be something like that. Not anything massive.
Out while we realigned the
Not massive, but not insignificant. Fuck. Yeah, I fucked that up. It's cool. Wow. Wow. There we go. 5% extra power at the very ends. Yeah, not a whole key even. Yeah. Airheads. Aren't many note keys anymore. It must be crazy to pay 100 to 200k per try. There's no point in doing any of those like 100 to 200k per try runs at all, because their incentive is not to time the dungeon. Their incentive is to sit there and, I don't know, fucking AFK a key and then get people to pay more. There's no incentive structure. There's no incentive structure at all. There's no reason whatsoever to like go into any of those keys to get a try, to get an attempt. It's no fucking point. That guy is incentivized to not time the dungeon. So like, why pay him for it, you know? Yep. Because like when you join one of those groups, you don't even know. Like they could all just be taking turns trolling a key, and you would have no idea. So, yeah, there's not really any point fucking around with that stuff. I think there's some moments where you got to tank for the first round pick, Mask. At least in the NFL. I don't know about everywhere else. Doing those runs betting on the Raiders. That's facts. That's facts, man. Oh, dude, you know what? So they have like Good Morning Football on at the gym. So let's get my cardio in at the end of the session. And they were like, who's going to start for the Falcons? Is it going to be Tua or is it going to be Michael Penix? And then this guy, it's one of these talking heads, was like, oh, but look at like the completion percentage for Tua. And like one of the biggest things, he's always this like really accurate passer and blah, 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 blah. I was like, are you watching the same games that I am? Because I'm not sure. But they're citing these like seasons where, I don't know, when it suits the talking heads, they'll be like, oh my God, it's the player. And then when it doesn't suit the talking heads, they'll be like, oh, it's the coach, you know, it's Shanahan, you know, and he's carrying. But not a single word of like Mike McDaniels leading to career success for Tua. And then shockingly, when the player's not doing well, the coach is also getting fired as well. What'd you get automated for? I didn't watch any UFC stuff. It's chaos out here. Oh, more pad, more pad. Give me the pad. All right. Settles, if you had an insider info, would you give me insider info? On what? I don't know, anything. You know, if you had like an insider stock tip or something like that, would you share it with me? Or would you keep it to yourself? I would share with you. Yeah, I don't think you would, Tettles. You can tell me the truth. I don't think that you would insider trade with me. Yo, Bebo, thank you for the prime. He's not talking about it publicly. Yeah, of course, of course. Tells him he knows next world first script. I bet it's a good one. I bet he helped write it. No wonder he was there for the Lura Secret phase. It's true. Tettles wrote the script for the Lura Secret phase. What up, pigs? How you doing, man? Yeah, there hasn't been any leaks or anything yet, Kyle. I'm hoping for some kind of reveal for next season very soon. I think Monk's like very easy to start. You know, it's got like a low floor, but a really, really, really high ceiling. I think what gets you with Monk is like once you get into higher keys and single target boss fights where you can't just spin your way out of problems, that's where you start seeing the struggles. Because it can almost be like a whiplash effect at times where you're like, wow, I actually have to do like a ton of healing in this moment. I have to do this, I gotta do that. Nice being. Nice being. Who do you think wins the Sporefall race to world first? Oh, should I name the song without cheating? I actually already looked, Louis. I I like half recognized the song, so I literally looked at it like a second ago. Look, we get to flex rate it? Probably. I would assume everybody would. Everybody would play it, everybody would do it on day one, you know? You know, I kind of hope that Sporefall... maybe not. It would be cool if there was like a race where it was really, really difficult if you did 25, and it was like super easy if you did 15 or something like that, and then you could do a little competition to see who could actually clear it on 25, man. The harder version. Because you know that's going to happen is like somewhere in between 15 and 25 players, there's going to be a sweet spot number. There'll be some kind of sweet spot.
Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishra. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get
Yeah, for both Mistweaver and for Druid Pigs, your HOTS don't really do a lot of healing on their own. They just kind of set up a healing bonus, basically.
watch yourselves.
You know, I think it's like a 6% healing bonus out of Renewing Mist. Yeah, and then like a 20% out of Envelop. Yeah. Spain couldn't beat Cape Verde in their World Cup match? Dude, when's America playing? I hope we win again. Yeah, I know we like beat Paraguay. Can't even find that place on a map, but oh my god, we smoked them. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
It lasted a little longer.
I saw it at the best possible time. the absolute best possible time. That's fun. This will be okay, but annoying.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fuck you, tornadoes. Damn. I didn't get my kickoff. Yeah, there's no way to have a hard raven. Everyone's missed. That is true. That is true. I mean, it's almost certainly going to be like a Chimeras type of boss fight. Oh, damn. W. Wait, we can get the Todd. We get the Todd in time. Come on, yes!
Excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
No. Yeah.
Your survival wasn't
What up? How you doing, Lyra? I know Twitch's been pretty scuffed with the alerts lately. I've been doing all right. Some good, some bad this weekend, you know. When I was... Jeez. We tried. You too, don't kiss, girl. Demons. Tragic. Well, I got some attempts on it. Yeet. Electrical theory. What a minute. Yeah, that was a good experience. Surely. Surely this is the group that awaits us. I don't really need the pit. I love doing pit. I want to do like a 22 pit or something like that today. There's some keys that you just like want to go out of your way to do. Yeah, like pit's that for me. I think it's easily, it always feels like a good time. There's always like a lot of stuff to spin on. You just get out of every root, snare, whatever garbage, just easily, you know? Shit's nice. Ah, shit is nice. China group? Main, they want a shaman actually. Looking at that comp. They want a shaman. Tragically. Let's revert the drums change from Shadowlands, make it 25% again. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Doesn't look like Big Miss Beaming. Well, we're in big Q time. Big Q land. You missed it. We were just doing a 22 Algathar, man. Wait, the US is playing Australia? US FIFA schedule. Yeah, you really gotta get on that, Draven. Yeah, we're playing Australia on Friday at 2. Nice. Then we're playing Turkey next week. Neat. Honestly, I might have to just start up my own key group with blackjack and hookers. I'll put it as competitive. I'd have to, man. I'd have to. Yeah. Macarena. Oh, what a nice name. Alright, I'm running to the bathroom real fast. No wipes. I know. No wipes whatsoever. Give me a sec. Run to the bathroom real quick and we'll start it up. Whew. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Well, no, the traditional NA values went to the bathroom like the traditional EU for a smoke. True. Well, the kicker is when people fill the group and then they go AFK to take a piss. That's the real annoying one. All right, we're gonna get an AUG smoothie route. Maybe. Hi, board. I'm dead. Yeah, see, that one's way worse, right? That one's way worse. I think I played with Beam before. I think. I'm sorry, we're building a Fodom group, guys. This is a Fodom household. Sorry, guys. Fodom household here. Sorry, man. I had to reroll. You guys got to reroll. It's time to start farming dungeons, guys. 8 and 9 mythic. You like 8 and 9 mythic? You reroll your 21 seat. Well, I'm trying to make sure you... Wait, don't reroll your 21 seat. Do that for me. Do you need any other 21s? Wait a minute. Dude. I need Algathar, seat, Windrunner. Yeah, this guy's a tank. He's a tank main. Alright, well, they probably are good at pushing buttons. I'd imagine they're good at pushing buttons. Yeah. Yeah, we get the OCE tank. Let me in for fun. There can be only one. And then we blocked him. All right, now I gotta find the Demon Hunter. Even when I'm sleeping. To heal meta. Nick, no! Fuck, man. Let me see. There is no way. Nick, are you... Is this possible? I guess you could do that instead of Vengeance. Or, Devourer. He's got a 19. I better get the extra sloppy. I'm gonna get the extra sloppy from Nick. Yo. Okay. Let's ride. 21 Windrunner. Liquid Nick? No. This is my guildie. This is Incarnate Nick. I spent all that time declining the non-Fodoms. Does he know that Elemental Shaman isn't this? He does. He does know better. Last season without a meta? There's always a meta. It's just a matter of like... It's just a matter of like... How forgiving have some metas been versus others, you know? Yeah. Okay. TF season 1 allowed to be at verse? Mainly that the Dragonflight talents were just like big, complicated. Everyone was trying something very different. Yeah. You'll earthquake? All right, all right. I want to see it, Nick. Big earthquake. There's also no Resil keys, so I don't know. There's a lot of like. It was a very like Dragonflight was a very different expansion than Shadowlands, and so people were kind of like all figuring things out, and classes changed like a ton. So I think the more like change that occurs going into a new expansion, usually the more forgiving it gets. All right, Windrunner Spire, Kira Tank, Push 2. That is a well-named route. That's a good named route. We skip-a-roo, we skip-a-roo. Yeah. Which bird are you getting, Rosie? Top runs pre-AUG had some of the most diversity. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like Dragonflight Season 1 had a ton of diversity as everyone was kind of figuring things out. Closest to boss bet. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What up, Tiny? That looks good to me. Meta and everyone thinks it can't change, and someone figures out something's way better without any buffs and nerfs, and the whole meta changes. Yeah. And sometimes it's like people know that one thing is good, but then I'll click off Oldstone. There you go. And sometimes you know that like certain things are really good,
5, 4,
but like a different tank gets buffed and then that enables like a different healer or something like that. That happens all the time too.
The sisters were the
That happens all the time as well.
but they threw their home
5,
and their bond
4,
away.
3,
If we can
2,
calm the spirits here,
1.
maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose? Teresa was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Oh, that was a huge thunderstorm. That was a scary thunderstorm too. About last night's storms? Bro, I got woken up at like 4 in the morning and I had my phone on sleep. And it was like, flash flood warning, don't go outside. I was like, I'm already not outside. What the fuck? Yeah, that was annoying. That was really annoying. And then they're like, flash flood warning until like 9. And I'm like, I just, you know, I went out at like 7:30 or whatever to go to the gym. Something like that. I was like, it's fine. Too many Austinites don't know how to drive in the rain, though. That's how you know that they're from California. Videos from Waco? Nah. It was I mean, it was like really heavy last night. It was really, really heavy last night. I didn't really get to like I woke up and there wasn't much aftermath or anything like that. It was just a bunch of rain in Austin.
Soothing sounds of my heart brought to
A lot of Waco is now on its way to the Gulf. Holy shit. Yeah, I accidentally pulled that stuff, but still. That'd be. Hey man, we're welcoming the rain, Mask. We're welcoming the rain. I got on the river this weekend. Oh my god, it was gorgeous. Especially if it's raining during the week, clean on the weekends. I'm down. I'm down. I think it was like last summer or the summer before that. We had like no rain at all for like the entire month of June or the entire month of July or something like that. It was like insane. It was bone dry. Oop.
well now. That Dragonhawk seems to have stolen
Concentrating on fun. I give you the Heart of Wind trinket out of here? Yeah, absolutely, Kyder. When I time this dungeon, I will loot it, and I'll be ready to trade it to you. Just gonna give you a little cocoon there. We're concentrating on falling parts. Oh, rip. Ancient teachings did not choose Rosie. This is just like one of the Spotify like made for yous. Yeah. Yeah, usually I just go off of like the made for yous that they have, and then if I really, really like them, then I save them. I've been some. Today's been good. A lot of different music too.
She reminds me of Arisa. His sister was also killed.
Days off, there was some ups and downs.
Was threatened.
Some good, some bad. Got onto the river, played some pickleball. I got my first ranked game of pickleball tonight.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
I've no frame of reference for if I'm like any good at pickleball. So we're gonna find out tonight.
By our mother, undead
We're gonna find out tonight.
to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. They have like there's like a whole like rating system and everything like that. Apparently for it. So I have 0 rating right now. We're gonna get up our pickleball IO. I did not realize people took like pro pickleball super serious, but the place I'm playing at literally was like hosting the pro pickleball league or whatever it is this past weekend. They're setting up like a huge stage and it's like a massive show and stands were packed and everything. It was insane. Kill him. Yeah, it would have been some. Ball stream being a travel team. I don't know about all that. Go tank, go. be chill. If I was starting to heal what 1-2 healers I'd recommend, zero healing experience array, but only in keys, without the obvious bias choice. Without any bias, what 1 or 2 healers would I recommend you play? Priest and Monk. No bias. Strictly objectively speaking.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
Germany can never invite him to keys. Oh, that attitude you can't. There's a lot of similarities. Wow, he...
Survive.
Okay. Yeah. I thought it was safe. I thought it was safe. Boom. You can Tiger Palm a little bit, but you don't do it that often. Like, I'll do it here when we're on 2 target. But you basically are only doing it between like 1 and 3 targets. W spells. Oh shit! And yeah, that was about to get really scary with that enrage.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved but she never wanted to be worshipped. Come, we have
Oh, I don't want healers to have interrupts, man. They're just gonna add more kicks required by the mobs if they do. Like, it definitely sucks when a cast goes off. But oh my god, man, I am so glad there's many less interrupts and keys these days. No dungeons like a priory or anything like that. Oh yeah. Spotify like made for you, Sanon. Yeah, I'm gonna play the Fellowship next week. Yep. We'll check it out on Monday. And we'll have Halloween or Christmas.
Ilaria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. They took my life. Savaged our home.
Yeah, I hope the next season's gonna be fun. I haven't looked at anything, to be honest, with the new season, but I think it's gonna be nice. I think it'll be nice. They're blind releasing the new dungeons. Ooh, wait, how many new dungeons? How many dungeons are we talking about here? Pop. I've never played Fellowship. Should I check it out before the season starts? No, I would just play it on release, Tiff. Because I don't know how they're going to do it this season, but in the past, you still had to, like, level up, basically, by doing, like, lower level leagues. And there's always a lot of people who are, you know, doing it at the beginning of the season anyway, right? Because they got to level up. So you're going to have, like, a mix of experienced players and not experienced players, and it'll be good. It'll be good. 5 seconds. Wait, when is PTR, Korup? Confirmed? At Grok, is that real? It's coming out tomorrow. It's the new raid. New raid. The one bosser. I hate how much I have to sit outside of melee in this fight.
We've done it. One last task remains.
Yeah, if you waited, if you try to like jump into Fellowship right now, it's probably gonna be really long queue times.
These relics to return peace to
Probably gonna be very, very long queue times.
then. My sisters will
It seems like they've been getting more players every single time that there's a like a new season coming around. So it seems like there's still like some good growth going on, but yeah. 4 minutes. Plenty of time. Yeah, I'm just gonna have like Transcend down one of the corners and deal with it there. Team, no dying. Oh, no DCing either. Come on. No DCing, please. Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm telling you, man, I'm just cursed. Just cursed. Found a new one. Yep. I literally, like, for like 3 days, I literally, yep. For the 3 days, I literally just, like, cannot fucking gain IO. Because it's just, like, it's always, like, some kind of random bullshit that happens. I had somebody who was talking in my chat, and then they were like, I'm DC'd. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you're DC'd? So annoying, man. So tired of it. I'm so tired of it.
At last, the spirits that linger within these halls.
Hey, there's the Heart of Wind.
I hope that one day will do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
I guess I'm the fucking problem. Yeah. Yep. I fucking guess, man. It's fucking a waste of time, man. Like they DC, if you know what I mean. That's what it feels like. I feel like I'm an insane person, but like, this is, I don't know, the third key in twice in as many days where like somebody just like DCs and like fucking poof, there goes the key, you know? Shit's so annoying. Shit's so fucking annoying. It wasn't even a rat run. Like, I don't know, just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if people are just like throwing for fun. I don't know if they're just fucking with me. I have no idea. Yeah. Oh boy, my Zara. I might have gotten burnt out of this season. I feel like I'm just like stuck. I feel like I'm just fucking stuck. Let me start uploading the logs and everything like that. What do you do if you hit a wall? You just keep on pushing. Eventually you break through it. I don't know. I've had days where I get like 100 IO or something like that. And it's just like key after key after key. You just time. And then sometimes you just have days where you just like chest fucking nothing. And that's what it's been thus far. That's what it's been thus far. Yeah, it always happens when you're like in range of hitting, you know, a whole number or something like that too. Always, always, always. Yeah, exactly. The whole numbers don't matter, but they fucking do. Exactly. Exactly. All right. I want like a half breather from I want a fucking breather from Keys for a second. Let's watch this video about Wowhead being dead, because I work for Wowhead, and there's been some things I've not been that happy with. there's been some things I've not been that happy with Wowhead. So let's see what the video is going to talk about. All right, let's do that. A little side adventure.
We don't often talk specifically about Wowhead or other community sites here. We usually stick to the game. But this time, I think we actually do need to, because Wowhead is changing. And you need to know that Wowhead does not own Wowhead. Zam does. Wowhead's site director was just laid off, and much like how fandom being shit led to Wowpedia moving over to wiki.gg, this is in some ways a story of corporate enshittification. It's a wild one. It even has, well, one of the worst Jeffreys there's ever been. Hint, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. And to set the tone, here is a quote from one of Wowhead's most pivotal team members, who was there for a decade and whose work you have absolutely almost certainly used or experienced. The quote is, "Zam has truly broken me." So yeah.
Steven was one of the guys who did the like data mining. That's what he did.
This is a serious one. Now, as I'm sure you know, Wowhead's been very important to most of us, and for longer than many people have even been playing. If you need something, anything, you can generally trust that Wowhead will have it. Sometimes it's their own content, a guide maybe that their writing team has put together over the PTR, maybe some data mining gathered and then posted instantly. One of the most common complaints, and it's been one for years upon years, is the actual
priest guides.
Site experience. If you don't use an ad blocker, it is an unfortunately miserable time. On mobile, only about half your screen is usable, and that's if you're lucky. Desktop isn't as bad to look at, but it's still bloated with layers upon layers of ads. It can take multiple seconds to load, even on our insanely fast in-office connection on a high-end PC where it's a dedicated business connection. And it is mostly because of ads. Turn them off and load times go from over 5 seconds down to 0.7. Now obviously, I'm not against Wowhead being monetized. It should be monetized. It provides real value. It's worked on by real people who deserve to have their jobs supported by income.
Yeah.
Obviously, as we've all experienced in the internet, it can lead to a pretty bad time for users, and that is a medium to long-term problem. The other complaint, though, especially recently, has been content quality. They've been filling downtime with opinion pieces that some would say feel half-lifted.
Ooh, 3,000 upvotes. Wowhead is mediocre. It's the comments that make it great. When was the last time you actually used Wowhead's information when searching for an item or request? 99 times out of 100. Found myself skipping everything, going to the comments. Should have the information I'm actually seeking. Quest. 100% of the time I go to the comments. Yeah. But that's always how it's been.
Straight from the top few Reddit posts. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with them, but they're often seen as a way to fluff out views. Class guides, often one of their strongest draws, have definitely been lacking as of late. Certain specs of talent builds with next to no explanation of why choices are made. Some are absolutely still top-notch, but it's still kind of random depending on who the writer is, and then of course, things that we can't know, like the timelines, the conditions, etc. that go into the guide existing.
I gotta tell you, as a guide writer, one of the most frustrating things I have is having to deal with redundancies on the pages, because you'll put the same exact information on 3 different pages. And so like when WoW is trying to optimize for revenue, they are also like, hey, put the same info on 3 different pages. So on 3 different pages, you'll have like your enchants, you know, it'll be on the seasonal page, it'll be on the enchants page, it'll be on the overview page or something like that. And then anytime you have to make a change, you got to put it in 3 different fucking spots. It's been ridiculous.
Certain DPS, like say Windwalker, get a ton of guidance on their defensives. They're one of the lucky few though. The point here is, most people would agree that it's getting worse in quality. There are a whole lot of reasons why, and I'll talk about those today. But first, there's that bit of bad news. Because just a few weeks ago, the person largely responsible for its past success was laid off. Perculia, the site director, announced that she was one of the wave of layoffs by Zam. Zam being Wowhead's Lord and Master. Or should I say, corporate owner. And looking at the replies, people are a mixture of surprised and heartbroken, and that even includes current and former Blizzard employees thanking her for her work over the years. Which is not a surprise. Perculia's peculiar signet was added into the game way back in Mists of Pandaria as a honor for her contributions. And it's largely...
They did a lot of that in MoP. It used to be that a lot of people who wrote guides or were like big PvPers, remember in Timeless Isle, they actually ended up naming like a shit ton of items after people.
Accepted that the site is what it is today because of, well, things that were happening while she was steering the ship. And if we've learned anything as a community lately, it's that you can't run a ship without a captain. WoW had no creative director for a while, and, well, it's no coincidence that that was some of the game's darkest hours. WoW is obviously still struggling to find its bearings years later. It shows the sort of damage that a lack of leadership can do. Man. Obviously, she was the captain, but she also had her crew. She had tech people like Steven who were working on data mining and database things, solving problems that nobody else could solve. Plenty of work was done in the community by absolute legends like Marleman of WoW.Tools fame, and Wowhead was already a big deal before really any of that. It was really Perk and hers, that group, that turned it into a unbeatable content machine. Their writers and data miners have
Yeah, Bob, thank you for the 62, man.
Internal tools that let them post their findings lightning fast. And on the user side, talent calculators and entire databases are updated immediately with every current WoW build available on the Blizzard servers. The Wowhead add-on collects data from thousands of users so that we can track and pay the best guide to make it all happen. And that's why I have to talk about who actually pulls the strings.
Oh, you went to Gainesville? Really? Dude, it's been ages, man. I bet. That place was like under construction everywhere 6 years ago or something like that. I bet it's nice.
The ZAM network, then. It has a complicated history. You see, the first seed of it was an EverQuest site called Alakazam. By 2006, it was...
This is the thing that gets me in the belly of their videos. It's like, it's another tangent. Like, I want to, like, tangent. I just want to just get to the meat of it.
In 2012, the overall owner, Affinity, sent ZAM Network on a journey to the east. At least in financial terms. Tencent, the Chinese tech and mobile gaming giant, were investing crazy amounts of money into Western gaming, and ZAM was part of their plan. Sadly, the deal is entirely private, so we don't really know the details, but, I mean, you can almost guarantee that a lot of money exchanged hands. Back then, though, Tencent were actually known for being hands-off. If you were profitable, they were happy to let you do your thing. All that they wanted was fingers in the Western gaming pie. Of course, they're a big corporation, so what do they want? They want diversification in their various revenue streams. And a great source of diversification is being active in different regions of the world. So as far as Wowhead was concerned, nothing truly major changed. Until, that is, the year of 2018, when a new name for ZAM appeared. That name was Fanbyte. So ZAM was now one company with two brands doing two distinct things. Fanbyte was the public-facing media site covering game news and editorials, while ZAM was in the background working with game companies directly. Obviously, Wowhead was a bit closer to the Fanbyte side. Or so we thought, because 2022 actually changed that. Now, first, you've got to understand the money side of things. During COVID, people played a whole lot more video games than usual. Every line shot up, and very fast. That drove gaming executives completely insane. Everyone suddenly had a ton of money and explosive market growth.
See, that's the thing, Callisto, that I get is like, with my videos, I just can't do this. I don't know. I get to the point. I feel like there's times where I'm fast with a delivery on something, and people are still like, get to the point in the comments, and I'm like, I get it. I'm trying. But yeah, I feel like I'm waiting a while to get to the meat here.
So it kicked off an unbelievable burst of investment. One that was obviously a bubble, and it's a bubble that I think broadly we're kind of still feeling the fallout from today. Now, Tencent found themselves on a giant pile of mobile gaming cash, and they wanted to make it useful. So they went on a shopping spree. And we all know what happens after one of those. You look at your account, you panic, and then, you're eating delicious ice soup for a while. Tencent kind of did the same. Nothing existential, but, post-COVID happened and they needed to tighten their belt. So, in September 2022, Fanbyte was completely gutted with almost zero notice. All that remained was search engine-friendly guides and low-effort aggregate news. Thankfully, Wowhead survived unscathed. Why? Well, because they're profitable. Fanbyte was basically a failed attempt to get a Wowhead for loads of other games. In fact, one attempt at doing that did survive the purge, and that is their FF14 site, which did keep up with an active database and feature development. But now, it's 4 years after that went down, and the Golden Goose, Wowhead, has lost Perculia and other key staff. What changed? Why? Well, in classic YouTube title fashion, what changed was everything. The internet of today is unrecognizable compared to a decade ago. And you probably know what I mean, right? What used to be laughed at for being, I don't know, BuzzFeed clickbait trash is basically just now the entire written internet. Top 10 lists, vapid culture war pieces, you name it, right? Cheap, easy stuff. Traditional gaming media has been beaten and battered more times than we can really keep track of. For years now, the corporate owners like Future, Ziff Davis, and Valnet have been constantly in the news for buying media brands and then almost instantly laying off key figures for a very short-term gain. You ever wonder why it feels the quality of work has went down? Do you ever wonder why it feels everything is SEO optimized guides and that sort of thing? Well, this is basically the reason. Now, this year, there have been more layoffs across just about every major firm in the space, and it's all with a fairly clear point. Investigative journalism, expert opinion pieces, and cool features are all expensive things, and the bean counters have decided that they're simply not worth it.
I mean, I don't think there's any investigative journalism in World of Warcraft. Would you guys agree with that? I don't think there is. There's still a lot of yapping. There's still a lot of yapping. I mean, what he talks about is how, like, content on Wowhead got worse because they fired a bunch of people and everything like that. And I don't really know if that's the thing. For one thing, I don't think there's any, like, investigative journalism of World of Warcraft or anything like that. Because anytime somebody, like, investigates and then puts blame on, like, one dev or something like that for some reason, they get, like, blacklisted and the community gets pissed at them for, like, calling out a specific dev. That's, like, just, like, not allowed, you know? Wowhead was pretty much the only people that were actually asking, like, really good questions in interviews when they had them, but nobody really could, like, challenge Blizzard and hold them accountable, like you might think with, like, a politician or something like that, of asking them a tough question, right? I will say that, like, a lot of the articles, the, like, fluff articles that are just kind of, like, extra stuff, I think because there's so many different avenues that you could get information. You know, every time Wowhead posts about a skip or Mythic Plus exploit or whatever it is, like, people have already seen the video, they've watched the stream, they've seen the clip, you know, it's got passed around on Reddit. You know, Wowhead's usually, like, the last place where those things kind of hit. So, like, they're always trying to play catch up, and that's just kind of natural for them, you know? Billy thinks he's an investigative reporter on WoW and gaming. Yeah, I don't know about his other channel for, like, I know he has, like, a channel for, like, gaming in general, but I haven't, like, watched any videos about that. But, like, there's some times where he does call them out, and there's other times where he's like, well, I don't know, it's just the executives, it's just, you know, evil Bobby Kotick's twin or whatever still at Blizzard, you know? Yeah, like, maybe the Kotick and Activision stuff, but I feel like that was headed by other people. That is fair, though. Yeah.
And the worst part is, on the immediate financial level...
Wait, I skipped over the part where Wowhead's owner's company has relations to Epstein. Alexandros, thanks so much for the new sub, man. Was that in the video where they were talking about Epstein? I didn't see that part.
They're certainly right. Now, I think supporting expensive, high-quality content is important to building good products and brands that will make customers happy and, importantly, you know, actually last over time. A little bit of an important thing. But that is obviously not what the owners of these sites really care about. To them, these sites are just ad farms with value to extract. Quite simply, they get a lot of clicks right now, or they go bust.
Yeah.
And of course, ads aren't what they used to be. Wowhead isn't covered in ads because the guide writers want to take the company yacht to BlizzCon.
Actually,
No,
I do.
it's to keep the books balanced enough that Tencent don't dump them. Now, as easy as it is to blame all this solely on faceless corporate greed, there is a real downturn behind it too. And that's that over the last decade, the ad market has been a constant battleground. Sites get more aggressive ads, so, well, people make and use more aggressive ad blockers. Click farms get more sophisticated. Click farms, of course, are often used to basically scam advertisers, and that means that ads get more aggressive about detecting real clicks and real views. I mean, one of the existential threats to, say, Twitch, and one of the reasons why so many brands have abandoned Twitch, well, that's causing a lot of problems in the streamer space, is view botting.
Viewbots!
Because the brands want to know that whenever they're getting views on their thing, that those views are real.
Also, being able to prove when somebody's botting, you could like kind of see the trends and everything like that, but holy shit, the community is so terrified about calling people out for botting. The last time it happened, I think the person had a really good argument for it, and they still got a bunch of shit for it, even though somebody, I think, was like 99% sure that was botting. Yeah, sometimes you are on the wrong platform, you know? It kind of is snitch head, because Blizzard, I don't know, it's weird, because Blizzard only like keeps up with a couple things, you know? Yeah, that's what happens, Lacey. It's weird. I don't know about the XQC thing, but it doesn't surprise me that like when you've called people out, I've seen multiple times where people got called out for view botting, and I looked on my own and I was like, I'm about 99% sure, you know, about 99% sure they did, because what you see and like the pattern, right, is like most viewership kind of goes like this for your day. You know, this will be like a 5 or 6 hour stream or something. You kind of peak around like 3 hours. But what happens is like you see these people who are probably view botting, and it goes like chunk, and then it stays there. Like totally fucking unnatural stuff. Totally fucking unnatural stuff. But even when you like show those charts, you're like, hey, this is like something's not adding up. The second somebody like makes up some kind of silly excuse, then like a bunch of people just like run to defend them of like, they're not view botting. This is a normal chart. Trust me. Okay, bro.
That obviously impacts websites too. Of course, attention has moved away from digital text over towards video. It's moved from long-form video often to short-form video, and sometimes then back to long-form so that people have something on in the background while they watch their shorts. Who knows? It's pure chaos, though, that's the point, and ad-supported sites are struggling to keep up. And now the latest enemy is the mass tide of AI slop. That's the case in a whole ton of ways, but it is the case in a very specific and important way here. The backbone of advertising for games media for the longest time has been high-volume SEO articles getting as many people as possible onto a site. Yeah. Now, Google uses AI to remove that step. If you want to know how to get Ascendant Void Cores, you don't even need to click through to Wowhead, because Google will pull the information out of Wowhead and just present it there on the search page, meaning you never have to go to Wowhead, meaning there's never any ad revenue for Wowhead. Now, I get there's times where that's actually kind of convenient for people. They just get the answer that they want fairly quickly. But of course, it's bad news for the website, which is no longer being clicked on. And of course, that means the money goes down, and eventually that'll mean that those sites no longer really exist. They no longer fund content. One maybe thinks of the Ouroboros eating its own tail, right? So the internet as we know it is under existential threat. The problem is we just don't have an answer right now. It very much seems a large part of the advertising-based model is falling to pieces. And I guess, well, we can only guess what the landscape's going to look like in a few years, because the direction of travel is certainly one of games media and many game sites just dying off. So it's only natural then that if SEO-heavy advertising is how you make your money, that, well, you kind of pull back and work on another plan. Here's the thing. Tencent Zam do actually have a plan. And to find out what the plan is, you just need to go to their site and look. Fanbyte was the public-facing ad-supported model. That's what they gutted in 2022. Wowhead is also a public-facing ad-supported model, and it's been hit hard in 2026. But as we've covered, Wowhead was so big and so successful that it was insulated from the worst of what went down in 2022. But of course, it's not just Fanbyte. Zam's other avenue skips the customer. They go straight to the business and they provide B2B, that means business to business, community services. This is things like building Discord servers, Reddit communities, and X followings, primarily for gacha games. Lovely. It's all done behind the curtain. They get paid directly by the games companies that they work for instead of relying on ad revenue. I genuinely don't know where Wowhead fits in this relationship. I have a good relationship with Blizzard, sure, but they're still an outlier in the business model of their overall company. And if that's obvious to us, then they'll be thinking about all this as well. Unless, of course, Tencent are holding on to Wowhead just to, I don't know, spite NetEase, their Chinese competitor who actually runs World of Warcraft in China. But somehow I don't really think that's true. But what we
They're all owned by the same company, let's be real.
can deduce from this is that while Wowhead is still the profitable king of WoW, things will work just fine. Of course, I don't know if it's going to stay that way, because this is a Ship of Theseus problem.
I don't know, we'll see what he says about this part. This is probably gonna be the part where he's talking about like the people getting laid off and everything along those lines. And like, I think what I'm kind of struggling with is like, what is he bringing up that like Wowhead is missing right now? I think it's kind of always been true that like some guides for class writers get updated way more than others, or have like way more depth than others, or look prettier than others. I think that like the site for guide writers especially has like shifted so much between like new formatting and new tools and new resources. You like literally are just like learning how to code the site on your own basically. And there's been a lot of times that they kind of just threw you a template. They said, okay, go make it look like this. And I'm just like reverse engineering shit instead of actually just writing the guides. But I feel like at the same time, they also hired a ton of people who like didn't have a lot of big revenue driving jobs. Probably like I guess the nicest way to say it, where like they did cool stuff, but also yeah, if the site's built to make money and everything like that and money's tight, then like it kind of makes sense that they're going to be the first ones to get chopped down. Yeah.
The question really is, do we need Wowhead in its current form? A few years ago, I would have said yes without a second thought. Today I'm less sure. Their data mining posts are excellent, but a lot of it is now done over on the community Discord. Their database is incredible, but that doesn't take a massive team to keep running, and it sure doesn't need a slew of writers. Their class and spec guides are losing steam and relevance compared to more data-driven sources like Archon.gg and Murloc.io. And some
The problem with this stuff though is like they're data ag sites. And so like when you just see that like, oh, people are running something, but you don't know why that they're running something. You know, you might have, let's just say like 60% of the time, you could probably just copy whatever's on Murloc or whatever's on Archon and stuff like that. But then, you know, 30, 40, 50% of the time, maybe you're going to get to these situations where like you're running something and you don't know why, you're not playing into it or whatever it is. Yeah, they're basically just a different view of Raider.io, Warcraft logs, all that kind of stuff as well. Yeah. The problem is, I think, like a formatting issue for Wowhead and like almost like a presentation thing, because we're almost like encouraged to like write walls of text.
Some of that I say from personal experience. One of the biggest improvements in our guild recently is that a few of our players rely on Archon to find raid talents instead of just using Wowhead guides.
Yeah.
And we've actually seen pretty huge boosts in damage from just that, because Archon reflects the game's real meta immediately. Guides, traditionally, are set up with pre-release theory crafting and early results. Once patches land, things often do change fast though. You can get context from community discords and data from Archon way faster than a guide updates. And because of that, suddenly, well, you'll have found yourself with a genuinely better alternative. I mean, I know going to a Discord isn't faster than bookmarking a Wowhead guide, but that's only true for as long as a Wowhead guide is gospel, and in many cases, they no longer are. And if Zam isn't willing to invest in the expertise and the experience, then the community will provide it elsewhere. Let me put it this way. Everyone else is slowly starting to eat Wowhead's lunch, and they have no real answer to that, it seems. They have no site director to drive innovation and ensure standards. Two of their major staff actually left ages ago, and one of their main assets said, Zam has, as I said earlier, quote, truly broken me.
I don't know what like innovations that he's like talking about, but yeah, Wowhead basically tried to be everything, and then yeah, eventually you're just gonna get things that are like eroding that benefit. That like I don't know, it just makes sense to me.
people who run the site are the site. And if Wowhead loses a few more key people, Zam are going to learn a lesson that we all learned in 2009. No king rules forever. And I'm not trying to be an anti-Wowhead doomer here, by the way. It is the default experience for a lot of people. And I think Wowhead will remain that way for a long time because of its legacy, its database, its history of comments. All I'm saying is, times change. Vibes change. I've noticed it over years and more rapidly over recent months. Seeing Perk being laid off, seeing quality regressions in some of the content, seeing some of the most key staff in that team talk about how the owner of the site has truly broken them, that does worry me. At this rate, Wowhead won't stay on top for long, and once it's not making the money that Zam needs, it's probably going to follow every other game site. Manage decline until it's just a shell of its former self. I don't want to see that come, but without the leadership that got Wowhead to where it is, and many of the other people who have defined what Wowhead is for the last 10 years, I think that decline is almost inevitable. The good news, of course, is that
Today's sponsor.
when something big falls, there's opportunity. Someone else will step up and take the crown. Or maybe in true World of Warcraft fashion, it'll be a council instead. A council of Archon and all of the different sites that have sprung up to fix specific problems. Maybe that will leave Wowhead just as a database that's left with some ads on. Who knows? But what I think we do know is that for the longest time, Wowhead was insulated from a lot of the rot that happened to a lot of the rest of games media. It now seems it's no longer insulated from that. In many ways, for us as players, that's going to suck. And for Blizzard, it's also going to suck. Because let's be real, Wowhead has been Blizzard's crutch for years.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I'd love to know what your experience with this has been. And I would also love to know, and I think many people watching this video would love to see in the comments, what sites, what tools, what things do you find yourself using today? I mean,
I think that's the interesting thing about it is like, Wowhead goes and around like Legion, I think is when they had hired everybody as like class writers and stuff like that. I think it was around Legion time where they hired everybody. And then it worked to basically be everything. But then like just competition got better, honestly. There's a lot of it. But yeah, that's what the class discords are for, to like get that extra level of like depth and understanding. But I think just more people are making videos, more people are making, you know, shorts, you have Murloc, you have so many different other ways to be able to get your information. And plus, I think like people's attention spans also just got shot. Like, people don't want to just sit down and like read an entire guide or anything like that anymore. Or at least the population of people that want to go do it is like further and further diminished over time. Which is also just like not too terribly surprising. Because there were so many moments where people were just asking something and not reading a guide over and over and over again. It's just like, well, what do you expect?
threat.
Oops. But I get it. I've been kind of on the fence about like if I'm going to keep on writing and everything like that for the next year. Because it's been 10 years or something like that coming up on it. But I have no idea about this like skip the customer part that he was talking about. For like making WoW like the gacha games or something along those lines. Because that's... I don't know how WoW is going to do that. I had no idea. Maybe my own website or banding with other healers like Ellie? Maybe. I feel like the big problem just with any website is like the second something changes, you're rushing to like play catch up with everything. And that's a lot of how it was when I had my own personal website doing it. Did he himself start the Wowhead dying? No, he saw like the tweets for a lot of Wowhead stuff getting laid off, and like then he made the video, I guess. And like I get both sides, because some friends of mine got laid off from Wowhead, and some people, a lot of friends actually just straight up quit. So I don't know what all like went into why people got laid off or why people got, you know, bounced, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was just like profit, you know, like who's making the site money kind of stuff, right? And like Disc Priest is going to be a more popular class guide to write than like Feral, but it's not like all the Feral, you know, druids should be fired or something like that, right? It's just with the guide writers, it's like all or nothing. But I also don't want to be like rude and be like, I don't know what this person did for the website. I don't know how they made money, you know, because it's just like they might have done something super important and I was never exposed to it, or it might have just been, you know, not that important. Yeah, it's not my place to be like, what is it you say that you do here? Yeah. I had post enough to be a sole job. Not for me. Not for me. It's like a side job, you know. It's like a side gig kind of money. Nobody writes more than 2 guides. I write 2 guides. A couple other people, like 4 people, I think, run 2 guides, but that's always like the maximum. Girthy girl and grip yo girl. Shit. But yeah, like Wowhead guide writing isn't like big money or anything along those lines. It never was, you know. So for us, like they didn't like chop down on our pay or anything along those lines. At least not that I know of yet. But that's definitely been like the question. I think a lot of people are like, oh, what's gonna happen? Yeah, Volk's got it with QE Live, true. Very, very true. I don't know, I'm like very much on the fence about it, because just like the time that you take to prep and write a guide before a season comes out is also time you could be like making more videos or spending more time streaming or, you know, doing a million different things. So that's been a lot of my struggle of like, what would I do instead kind of thing. There'd be a whole lot less, hey, I wrote a guide for that, go read this link and stream. True, but at the same time, also a lot of people don't go read them. Because people don't like reading. That's the struggle. That's the struggle. All right, time to break a curse. 9% of what people want from guides is import string and a stat prio. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 100%. And that's a lot of like, I think what's driving a bunch of focus on like Murloc is people want to just get the build. Maybe look at like some spell breakdowns, maybe not, and then just kind of move on. But I very much believe that like it just people's like attention spans are just like lower than they've ever been before. So guide writing, I think in general, is just kind of in a decline. Patch notes this week for season 2. God, I hope so, Fuzz. I feel like there's got to be so many class changes coming up too. I really, really, really hope that they got some good stuff. Season 1 seemed like the death of Mage. Yeah, they need I hope they get some kind of like passive DR or something like that, or maybe a little more stamina or something. Because, dude, it's awful healing mages. It is just awful healing mages. Mm. Probably doing a normal route. Yeah, I wonder if they're really going to try to force Apex talents to all be like really, really valuable and taken, because I don't really mind it too much for healers. I think it's okay for like Monk right now because they have other good quality of life talents, you know. It's like an Emperor's Elixir, Dance of GG, Focus Thunder, you know, like a couple different talents that are like, they're really convenient, they're really nice to have, but they don't like make or break a build. And so I think it's nice when there's like other like desirable talents that you really want to get instead of the Apex. But yeah. Justify the work to gear up a class with no healer tank spec if it's not peak of the DPS meta. Yeah. And I think that's also, especially if you're like playing the game mostly pugging, then absolutely, because you're just going to struggle to get invites and struggle to be able to play as much. I think that's kind of where like my view on the game is like, if you want to play whatever you're really excited about, you should do it at the beginning of a season. And then if you're really interested in like playing for competitiveness and like high performance, then you should understand that like re-rolling is probably going to be a thing midway through the season. And as long as they make it easy to do it, I think that's fine. Yeah. Tell you, dot classes being harder, but bigger reward for the higher ceiling. Aren't dot classes like really, really good in like what last season of War Within? But I guess that never really translated into keys, right? Stagger pull going into that. Oh, okay. We good? All right. I love his confidence. He's like, yeah, I can just leech through it. Bear's fine. Bear is fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Exactly what you said. And then Blizzard said, yeah, we're going to hit send on this broken bear spec. Yeah.
2, 1.
It's almost like a game of chicken.
Welcome to Alpha Academy.
Or what would be a better analogy for it? I don't know. It's almost like the Squid Games red light, green light kind of thing. Everyone's trying to go and not get nerfed, and it's like the last person, or like the last spec standing that didn't get nerfed is the one on top, you know?
Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Yeah, that's why I feel like they almost just ran out of time. We hit a point where like Bear was obviously broken, and they got the like micro nerf. They got the okay, you can be broken but not that broken kind of thing. And then all the focus just went into season 2. Everything else is done. I think whoever they have in like class design is definitely changing up their like workflow or process or whatever it is you want to call it.
There's too much life magic. What
Because it was really noticeable when like class design and class tuning just stopped. It just like halted out of nowhere.
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
The impossible lift 21s and Prot finally rerolled Druid. It's time in them second week. Very silly. Yep. You feel that with healing from time to time as well, where some encounters are just like a joke to heal. I mean, honestly, like this fight's a fucking joke to heal as a monk because you're spending like 70% of the time just spinning. And like, I haven't actually just had to sit there and like heal. I'm just DPSing the entire time. Other healers, like, yeah, maybe Disc, you could just get a bunch of Shadowmens. But most others, not gonna have nearly as easy of time. System change addition in the next major chat patch. Oh yeah, it definitely looks like we're gonna have like a ton of changes going into season 2. But it's very noticeable when they just shut down class production, basically. They're like, we're not going to do anything in the 0.7, and we're just going to save everything for season 2. Shocking how much free time I have in keys and HPAL after climbing initially on Druid. Yeah. Free time because you're waiting for an invite, or... What up, Turkey? Waited long enough. Oh my god, they're taking all the pad!
Life magic can only do so much.
Thank you so much for your help. Though,
We're going back to yo-yoing health pools further in the season. Some encounters and pulls already remind you of Orwithin spiking. Yeah, I feel that a lot in keys. Not as much in raids. But keys, I think, is kind of just an inevitability. Eventually, and it kind of goes hand in hand with Blizzard bringing back key inflation. Like, key inflation is very real again. You know, we're doing 20s, we're doing 22s, things like that. Like, those are the high keys instead of it, you know, previously being, I don't know, the 18s or 19s or whatever it was being high points. So it's sort of an inevitability whenever they like encourage pushing a higher overall level of key, you're just going to also have a much larger amount of damage that healers have to contend with, you know? Yeah, like Card Bro said, they're always going to get to some kind of point where they're spiking. Sometimes you get to some levels where it's just about damage checks, for sure. I do think Fellowship does a really good job with healing overall. I think healing not overly large amounts of spike damage and healing tanks is a lot better in Fellowship than it is in WoW. Because it almost feels like with WoW, you either have a healer that is healing tanks entirely passively with like fist weaving kind of stuff, or you have no need to heal a tank, you know. Troll Team Season 2 and have them do a STZF, making them M+ dungeons. What, Zul'Farrak? I missed the ST. I mean, that'd be kind of sick. I think it would probably lead to a lot of fatigue, though. Yeah, we're gonna play Fellowship next season, or next week. The new season, Sunken Temple. There you go. I don't know if I would want to have an entire season where every single dungeon's trolls. It does seem like the other side would be inevitable, though. I'm with you on that. Yeah. They could do King's Rest, but they got to do something about the Shadow of Zul. It would be very troll of them. That's true, that's true, that's true. Yeah, they'd probably have something that's non-thematic. I could see it. Dawnbringer? No! Ban that guy. No Priory, no Dawnbreaker. Get him out of here. I'm already tired of doing Algathar, man. Oh, man. What are these birds doing here? Yeah, they better not do any war within dungeons. They really, really cannot. It is way too soon. Underrot, yeah. Cannot be underrot. Like, do some new stuff. Pretty please. Ah, that's tough, man. He yoinked it. Isn't Mr. just spinning, healing up the entire party, memeing other healers? Yeah, I mean, it feels that way. It feels that way. See, that would be my dream, is they take some classic or Wrath dungeons like they did with Pit, and they just keep on revamping those. They keep on. I think Pit's like my favorite dungeon this season. It's like very fun key, fun to heal. It's a little annoying having to get all the prisoners. You don't really have like route variety, but it still feels like a fun dungeon. I don't overly mind it. Yeah, like Dead Mine. We were talking about that the other day. Like Dead Mines could be really fun. Oculus. Ah. Somebody said Violet Hold last time. I was like, yeah, there's a couple dungeons I don't know. Couple of them I don't know about. Other ones though. Seems like they got all three of those. He's got the last one. Nice. Wow, I'm surprised nobody got that one on the right side. I was planning on them actually being transitioned. Yeah. But I didn't realize we were slowing down.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Nice. Violet Hole would be wild and hilarious for MDI. That feels like it would be awful. That Violet Hold in an MDI would be like Star Wars. What was it? Episode 8. That would be like that awful Ryan Johnson one. They're like, yeah, it's like they can track us in hyperspace. So we just gotta go slow. Oh my god, man. That would drive me insane. I think it would drive all the viewers insane as well. Oh, don't target me again. Nice. Try to enjoy him, cowboy. Next season's dungeons? Probably in a week or two. I know it's coming soon. I hope it's this week, but you never know. I would expect a lot of troll stuff. I'm sure they're gonna have a bunch of good like troll mogs and everything in the what do they call it? Trading posts as well. And plus dungeon creator tool would bring a good time at the game. Oh, like people making their own dungeons? Is that what we're talking about? That would be fascinating. That would be fascinating. I guess you're right. They technically do have the ability now with like the world builder. Oh, the Og! The double jumps on abilities. Or the double jump on like the mobs and they're out of melee range at that point. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, the next one I'm just gonna rip a stun for. Yeah. Monk's insane, Leon. It's crazy. Strongest healer by a mile. Champions jump too high and they charge the tank and seat. Yeah! Dude, I hate it when the evokers get the double eruption or whatever it is, and it makes the double jump. Kicks things out of melee range. You're having to, like, it's like you're duck hunting when you're playing as Disc and you're trying to snipe executes on a target. You like swing your camera up there to go find it. Oh, it's the worst. Yeah, it's the worst. Dude, that mechanic is ridiculous. I had Conduit up, which is like 10, 20% DR or something like that. Still getting annihilated. Actually insane. Yeah, I think Meg was saying it doesn't really matter if you go to 2 or 4 stacks of teachings, but I always like going with a higher number of stacks. It felt better. Come here. Okay, these guys are on it. I keep moving to another one and they already got it. There we go. My time to shine. Dude, I've been like so greedy with Fort Brew this entire time. This is wild. Alright, I'm gonna hang out with Boof here. Oh. Well, that would be the challenge, is like, if somebody made a community run dungeon or something like that, they would have to also have a bunch of different minions to choose from. So like, it could be really cool if, I don't know, they made 10 different kinds of minions, and then you could build the environment however you wanted to build it, but you had to use those 10 minions. But kind of nice. What's always weird to me though is like, I don't know if Blizzard would ever be down for that kind of stuff. Them allowing add-ons is like something totally insane compared to any other game. I don't know if they'd let us in on designing dungeons. It would be funny though, because all the dungeons people would design, you know, especially like the tank players that would go design dungeons, would all have these like mass Algathar-esque trash pulls. Every single one of them. I don't know if these dungeons would be good overall, but they would be really popular with DPS players and really popular with tank players. I'll tell you that. I don't know if they would be good, but they would be like very, very fun for them. You would probably see like, I don't know, Ellie Shaman or something like that make an entire dungeon, and every single pull is like beneficial for their profile. Every single one of them, no matter what. Close to stair side. All right. Yeet. Yeah. Who's casting it next? Oh, it's the high health one. It's the high health one. 2, 1. Okay. You want to re-up? Sure. Sure. I think this is Pro Skater 2. If I remember right, Buzz. I think. I know, Season 2, Vasily. Season 2. I'm hoping that we get a Void Weaver back. Hopefully. Oh, did they buff the folio? Yeah, it was pretty shit. I don't know if you'd actually take the healing benefits or whatnot, but that's usually how it goes, though. Most of the time, whenever whenever they're designing those kind of things, a lot of times they're missing something. Like, I remember those Dragonflight rings at the very beginning of the expansion? Those were awful until release. Because I remember writing the guide for it, and I was like, yeah, these are like so bad I would not recommend them. And then like that day, like the day that they were released, they got like 1 trillion buffs. So we had to change everything. just gonna do that. Do a little spell reflect. Yeah, it seems like to me that they're gonna update the Omnium Folio because it's supposed to stay with you the entire expansion. Supposedly. I don't know if they're sticking to that or if they've changed that or not. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's going to be the like 0.7 borrowed power upgrade every single time. Is they're like, all right, we got a new page in the folio. Look at that. We discovered a brand new page we'd never seen before. I would not be surprised at all. And I guess it makes sense because, like, there's not really that much point in trying to design something every single time. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, we know that the borrowed power is coming. We know the borrowed power is coming. Yeah, troll legendary weapon would be sick. I don't know, what would it be, like an axe or something? Right, it's better than like another piece of gear, because it's also a pain in the ass. I don't know how they're gonna do it for account-wide access. I assume that it would just be account-wide and be chill, right? I would assume. That's what's been said? Okay, good. Because, yeah, imagine, like, trying to get your alts ready for the season, and you're like, oh, we gotta do this long-ass quest line and go get a belt on, like, 9 different characters. Like, fuck that. And it's like, yeah, you don't need it, but people want it because it's an RPG. It's just how it is. We'll just want it. I disable all the sound warnings just because I don't really care for the sound warnings, so I'm not sure, Thomas. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, chat, what is that bug? There is like a bug where your FPS is worse based off of sound. I don't know what sound channel it is. Yay! GG. But it not enter. Hit the enter button. There we go. That's the thing. It's a free power up for your character. Exactly. Exactly. Give me a sign. I wanna believe. Nice. There's a cache sound bug thread in forums. Since weak aura times and random sounds freezing the game. Yeah. Plug new mythic raid boss day one? Probably. Probably. I think that there's going to be some sweat groups out there that are going to be like looking for people who have like previous mythic raid experience or high key experience. Nice. A super easy group. I feel like that run just like flew by. I like blinked in it and it was over. I need 6 points though. I need 6 points. I would guess that the optimal size would probably be around 15. I would guess. But I hope that the first boss is gonna, or I hope that the boss is going to be like puggable and everything tomorrow. I think it should be. I think it should be. It might be one of the shortest. No, I actually didn't want to be added to a Brazil 22 group, but thank you for asking. What happened to this guy? Oh man. Tell me I'm right. DPS and HPS throughput battles. Yeah, kind of like how Chimeras was. What even? Actually, didn't even look at the mechanics for it. I didn't even watch a video yet. We'll do that tomorrow. I heard it was like stupid easy though. From BTR testing. It's like a big old spore boss. Big old spore dude. Maintenance is long, man. Check this out. Check this out, man. Maintenance is extended until 3 p.m. Pacific time. So 5 my time. Yeah, that shit's gonna be nuts. That shit's gonna be nuts. Yep, long maintenance, man. Yeah. So I might start like a couple hours before the servers do end up coming up. And then, I don't know, we'll like study up on the fights or watch YouTube or something like that. Touches grass? Yeah, basically, man. Basically. Yeah, legally obligated to go out drinking after work tomorrow as it's the last day of school. Oh, let's go! Hell yeah, man. Damn, June 16th is the last day of school? Good lord, let the kids free. Let them free. Touch weights? I did that this morning. And then tonight I'm going to play pickleball. Finals until June 25th. Wait, is this like grade school or is this like college? I forget when all that stuff ended. The graphics are so low res. Oh, high school. Okay. Okay. Damn, man. Yeah, I don't miss any of that. I don't miss any of that. 10 weeks off after, unpaid, but still, yeah, you can do whatever, man. PoE patch on 1.1, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're looking at like early August for season 2. Maybe second week of August, third week of August, something like that. So like we got time for that. Kind of just rip other games while you're chilling. Dude, the trees have been high def here, Fuzz. In Austin, we've gotten so much rain. Everything is like lush. We had some summers where everything got burnt to a crisp and it's, 100 degrees every single day over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Don't really need the Mazara. Maybe we should end on a win. Yeah, we'll just end on a win. NorCal is starting a heat wave like every year. Yeah, usually, I mean, it's going to get like super hot this summer, but we just had like enough rain to like break it up a little bit and cool things off, which is like the dream. Yeah, let's end it on the win. Tomorrow, with servers being kind of fucked, like I said, until 5 Central, I'll probably get on around like 2 or 3 Central. Yeah, it's perfect for WoW audio, let me tell you. I mean, it's gorgeous going out in like the spring and the fall, but then yeah, when it gets to summertime, like you either go out really early in the morning before it gets hot or you don't go out. So if you're like a morning person, you could go out and do everything before like 11 and it's not that bad. But once it's like 11 or noon, it's just inferno. And it's an inferno until like 10 at night. I know, but I've been like forcing myself to be more of a morning person lately. And like, it does pay off, but it sucks. I was out late with some friends the other night and I was just like, shit, I haven't been out this late in a long time. I miss this. So I have a pool. Yeah, I gotta get to the pool too. You're good on that. I have a nice pool. All right, stream, like I said, probably like 3 or 4 Central tomorrow. We'll hop on. Do a little watch party, waiting room kind of thing. Maybe watch some videos, something like that. Maybe go watch some high key M plusters on EU, still do some high keys while our servers are down. Something like that. Be like Mars in Total Recall. Your eyes are bugging out as well. Oh man. OG Total Recall is insane. Gotta go watch that again. I'm gonna go watch Total Recall. All right. Have a great night, guys. Thanks for all the love today. I'll be back tomorrow, like I said, like 3 Central. We'll do a little waiting room before the servers come up. And then I think I'm doing a... Let me double check. I think I'm doing a streamer thing with other streamers. Oh no, that's Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday this week, I'm doing a streamer thing with other streamers to learn the Sporefall raid on one of my alts. Yeah. But then Tuesday, we'll just do it with my guild. Yeah. All right. Love you faces, guys. Thanks for all the love. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Like I said, 3 Central. GG's.